Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. So for this term, I'm gonna be doing a little paint along with you guys. Well, it won't be completely painting because um, recently I've been exploring other options for how to create pieces. I've been doing more comic stuff that requires more illustrations. So in order to save time, I've been trying to get better at line art. So I'm gonna show you guys what I've been doing lately. And it's gonna involve Photoshop and another program called Paint Tool Sai, which I used to use when I first started out digital painting. So it was interesting revisiting that program. But I've been experimenting slash exploring different type of workflow. So I decided that I still prefer kind of just sketch sketch out the initial idea on Photoshop. Then Paint Tool Sai I would use for line art. And Paint Tool Sai has pretty good pen pressure despite even if you don't have a very good tablet, it still has very good pressure compared to Photoshop, which does not have the best pen pressure, but is good for more solid painting. And you guys will understand what I mean once I show you guys how Paint Tool Sai works. But for now, I did my initial sketch for this character, so I have been watching this anime. It it's I guess relatively new. It's called Hell's Paradise, and so far I am super into it. It reminds me a little bit of Demon Slayer slash Ninja Scroll, that type of vibe, and I quite like it. So this is one of the character, uh, Yuzuriha. I'm not too familiar with her name, but I watched the first few episodes and looking forward to more. But I just wanted to pick a character to draw that I've been recently, like from a series that I've been watching recently. So she came up and might as well. Background. And we're gonna do a bit of a old school voiceover or voiceover step by step. Okay, here we go. So my initial sketch is quite rough usually, and it's never really the first sketch that I use because it's so rough and undefined. And in order to just work on line art in general, um, the sketch itself, I suppose I need to make sure it's at least definable. Like the details has to be a bit more solidified, and that was like one of my initial problems with using line art. And why I love painting so much is because it just requires a lot of time starting out just to prep the character, so to speak. So I am following along a reference I found. Still not sure what style I'm going for. And also I have to make sure her hairstyle is kind of accurate. But she is a ninja girl, and I've drawn many ninja theme female characters before, and she fit the bill. And that's also one of the reasons why I chose to use her for this tutorial slash paint along. Actually, there was this other character I wanted to draw, but I forgot where she's from, and I've only actually really liked her character design, but I just don't know where that character is from. And I kind of um, lost the page where I found her, so so this character is my second choice. Alright, so I would say the limitation with Photoshop when it comes to line art is you can see that I don't have a very steady hand. A lot of my lines are squiggly. That's a me problem, and I think a lot of artists face that struggle as well. But with Paint Tool SI, the program I will show you guys, it's much easier to maintain a steady hand because the way they interpret a brushstroke is more sharp, I would say. And I've done line art in both Photoshop and Paint Tool SI, and I would say Paint Tool SI is just a lot easier, although, you know, that program doesn't have a lot of stuff Photoshop has. Um, that's why it's always good to kind of explore your options, and I've decided that, you know, I should try to kind of get a feel of both and incorporate both into my workflow. There's a lot of fun stuff you can try out in Pintool SI, but just remember you won't be able to do stuff like this, like warping, transformation, like editing and moving parts around is not going to be as easy in Paint Tool SI. It is purely a painting focused program, and it is um, interestingly developed by one person. So, um, you know, it's not the most um, edit tool intensive uh, art program out there like Clip Art Studio, which I also was looking into when I was kind of drifting away from fully rendered pieces. Um, okay, so roughly I'll have her looking a little bit more like this, and you know, I might end up changing her body um, after adding color slash shading, which usually tend to happen, and I would consider another like downside to line art is that um, you know, since I'm not super good at line art as compared to some other artists who are just, you know, they're so good and slash used to it. They have a lot of practice in. When I do line art, if I want to change like a position, which I tend to want to change a lot of like the pose for the character, you know, it is, I have to go back and redo the lines, stuff like that. And that's something I have to kind of get used to slash figure out a better way of doing it. But at least I'm gonna be able to get a fair amount of practicing in by doing it this way. It's a lot slower and a bit hard to get used to, but in the long run, I'm hoping it'll pay off because the goal here is to be able to do just like comics easily, and also I think that this will also help me improve my anatomy because I have to go back to learning some of the basics because painting is definitely different than having to do the line art. Okay, I have to go back to the initial hand pose idea that I have here. Let's redo it. Let's make the sketch a bit more visible. I'm gonna create a new layer just to work on the hand. So I'm gonna try my best to try my best to keep the fingers a little bit cleaner. And it's interesting, I have to dig through my past knowledge. Definitely painting, you don't need to do all this, but with line art, you have to define the silhouette and stuff. And of course, I have to flip every now and then just to make sure, you know, my line art isn't wonky or the anatomy isn't looking too strange. Good thing she is not very busty because I would have got shadow banned so hard. And I'm trying to keep this kind of less sexual. It's been challenging as well. Uh, it's been a little challenging doing comics, but it's one option for me because, you know, I've been noticing how it's a lot easier to just get shadow banned if you do anything too sexual, even, you know, like especially drawing a more realistic rendering like how I do it in the past. So, you know, I have to find other ways to be able to post so I can do like a more safe for work piece and then have the not safe for work stuff separately on other accounts that's already been shadow banned. So I don't care as much, but it's pretty important these days for artists to be able to not be shadow banned. And if you're a spicy artist like myself, then one of the ways would probably be just doing safe for work initial art and then do like the more spicy stuff um, and post them separately on different accounts. Because if you're making your living on as a social media artist, then it's very important to be able to get exposure out there through social media, and shadow ban like that could probably be pretty detrimental. Okay, I think that should be somewhat okay. What about, let's add like a thumb here, and perhaps I could even move her finger, twist it up a little bit. So this is something you cannot do in Paint Tool SAI. Um, that's why before I do the line art in Paint Tool SAI, I use Photoshop to get like a pretty relatively cleanish sketch so that I don't have to be moving stuff around. Let's rotate again. I'm not sure if her finger is bent too much, but I can rotate her hand and then bring back her finger down so that it doesn't feel hyperextended. Oh, actually, maybe I can have her finger go like this. Or like this. Well, not super into it. Alright, let's merge down. I'm gonna go ahead and do her sash, which I forgot to establish. I'm using a reference for this part. There we go. A couple of bamboo. Um, Actually, I forgot what these are. I'm not even sure she used these in the anime in the episodes that I saw. I was following the dubbed version of this anime only because I tend to watch dubbed anime, or I play them in the background while I draw. It's a nice little um, like stress relief while you're a little bit stressed drawing. I usually do that. That's why I don't normally watch subbed anime, only for convenience. But so far so good. Very, very very interesting anime. Okay, it's a lot cleaner now doing the face. Let me just go ahead and show you guys the reference. For the face, I'll just find a very close-up shot of her face and try to somewhat imitate the eyes shape, at least initially, because usually I tend to paint over the line art for the face anyways, but it's always good to have a good base. Let me scroll through it and find something a bit more. Uh, yeah, I didn't like the first reference that I found. I guess something like this, and then I'll make it a little bit smaller. Also, I should probably have the face on a separate layer because just trying to get like a more accurate look to how they draw her in the anime. So I have to do a lot of editing with it. Just do a little trick here. Make it faster, just having the same eye on the other side. And then for the nose, again, just replicating the style. The shading will probably be a little different. Oh, oops. I wanted to use the lasso tool. Maybe I can put my own spin on it. There's the reference. Let's flip to see if the face is... and it's a little bit crooked for my liking. What else can I do to make it? After I have the face done, it does look like I might wanna take another look at the hair. Maybe move it down a bit. I'm reassessing the lines for her. Oh, I could probably make this a bit more fluid, maybe? Bring this hair strand. Oh, no. I forgot the hand is not done separately. Let's go ahead and one strand here. I'm going to separate her hair strands a bit. And I'll round out her eye shape. I'm going to add some more hair strands on the side. Bring up the ponytail. Oh, actually, I have to redo it. Not sure. Not really sure. Well, we can do it like this. The ponytail might need to be a little tighter, maybe. Mm. And might need to bring up. I mean, not bring up, but tweak her body a bit. Tone down the jaw. Make it a bit shorter to give her more anime-like jawline. And just playing around with the face. Might wanna redo that ponytail. I wonder how I can make it look a little better. Mm, her ponytail's kind of short. Mm, looks like a mop. Yeah, I'm a little more picky when I'm doing trying to do line art for her. I'm just a lot pickier. Oh, I think her hand might need to be a bit more slender as well. Alright guys, I think we can go. Let's go with that. So this is the sketch. The sketch before the line art. I will save this. Alright guys, so there we have it. It's done now. Okay, so now I open up Paint Tool SAI. This is the version 2. So Paint Tool SAI itself has a free trial. However, that is only the first version that has the free trial where you are able to save. And this version, version 2, is the one I'm using and it's the most recently developed one. Let's go into here. This is, I would say, the best one. So the thing is, this version, for the trial, there is no save function. And in order to get all that function, you will need to purchase the program, which I would consider pretty affordable. Sorry. So the price for this program is around $50 to $55 USD, and once you pay for it, you have to follow the guide on how to use the serial code, and after you do that, you get access to this program for forever basically. And the developer, I believe, is still trying to improve it, so yeah, this program is definitely worth the $55 you will have to pay to get the full function out of it. But yeah, it's pretty different. The best part about it is the line art uh, is very, very easy to, a lot easier than Photoshop. And also it has this little function right here which lets you flip the preview flipped canvas. Your file isn't actually flipped, but it allows you to just preview how it would look flipped. So it's pretty efficient when you're trying to check for mistakes. And on top of that, there is a bunch of cool brushes that's pre-built in, as you can see. I would say it's more for painting, and you will see that it has a lot more blendability slash very very similar to like a watercolor slash oil paint. And yeah, I think this program definitely has a more of a traditional painterly texture. Uh, And their blur is very powerful, or their smudge. I will demonstrate that. So you have two colors. The blur is very similar to Photoshop where you can get very intense blur, but it's a lot easier to get this type of result through Paint Tool SI. And the smudge tool is very smooth, and you know you can see that it still keeps the pen pressure quite sharp here, that you can play around with minimum size or 0% minimum size. I guess it's not as apparent on the smudge tool, but it will be very apparent on the brushes. This is 0 minimum size and then 100% minimum size, which takes away that thin tip. But yeah, this program is very good with blending, very good with line art, which is what we're gonna do next. So I'm gonna put my sketch up here, delete that, and we're going to start lining it. And my go-to line art brush from Paint Tool side is the pencil tool. And basically I'm gonna go ahead and put minimum size to 0% to get that nice taper. And another thing with Paint Tool side is that it does not have a built-in thing where you press the pen button and it's gonna pop up the what's it called? Let's do a little comparison. With Photoshop, when you press this button, when you're on the brush tool, it pops this up and you can play around with you can change the size pretty quickly, but with Paint Tool SI, there's no such thing. So instead, we will be using the classic bracket shortcuts to upsize or downsize, which I'm sure some of you are already very familiar with and very used to. That's just something that will be a little bit of a different switch when you use these two programs. So other than that, let's get started. As you can see, the lines are crisp. You can do a few of these and you'll notice that the lines are definitely a lot better because it does have that taper. Now you can get, hold on, let me just do a little comparison. This is Photoshop. You can even, have the same pen pressure, but once you start using it, you'll get that there is a little bit of a ease with Paint Tool SI. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Let's start off with lining the hair. And, I've always envied a lot of those Japanese artists slash Asian artists that does anime art, and their lines always look so good. And, that was back in the days when I first started getting into digital art. And one of the main programs they used was Paint Tool SI and this other program called Open Canvas, which is even older than this program right here. So that's how it got started with digital art, is just by, like liking the art I saw, appreciating how smooth their lines are, and was like, how can I achieve this? Because I downloaded a trial for Photoshop and never could achieve the clean lines. So this was the answer for me at that time. Um, but this program at that time, line art was very easy to do with this program, but painting for me using this program was a lot harder, and I will say that it is still, a little bit of a challenge for me to paint using this program. It's missing a lot of tools I'm used to from Photoshop, like because their brushes are so good at blending. Sometimes you want to get like a solid color and it's harder to achieve with this. So therefore I've just started to, play around with the idea I could just use Photoshop for sketch slash base color, and then I'll come in here to just blend it and then go back to Photoshop to edit anything else, because this program's not good at editing. If you want to move around parts, it's harder to do that using it. Um, so yeah, just exploring the possibilities of combining two programs. And of course, let's go ahead and flip. This way we can catch any lopsidedness. And as you can see, I am doing line art a lot easier than with Photoshop, and yet I'm still not. I still think, my line art skill could be improved. I'm referencing artists who are way better at line art than me and seeing what I need to work on, like weights of my lines. That's pretty important in comic style art, so I'm still working on that. But in terms of, if we're gonna go for more of a Japanese slash Asian line art look, we can probably get away with like these thin, thin, clean lines. I still have a little bit of a wobbliness in certain parts. It's definitely not as bad um, as Photoshop. My lines would have been way wobblier. So I'm going to separate these um, lines by different parts of her because I have a feeling I might want to readjust it later. So I will go ahead and do that just in case. Another thing with Paint Tool Side is that how Photoshop, we have, well, it has this function. You press R and you can rotate your canvas freely. However, with Paint Tool Side, there is a rotation button, but as far as I know, it is not freely. You have to select a specific angle for it to rotate. So it's another point to Photoshop. It does have way more functions. So while we're at it here, it's sort of like a little bit more of a challenge for sure, because you don't get the convenience of being able to, rotate and stuff, which can make your job a lot easier inking or inking slash doing line art. Because my hand is wobbly at certain angles, so it's a little bit harder. Let's put some weight on this part. Let's erase a bit of that, and then next, I guess I want to try to put some weight on the clothing since it's a overlapping element of the character, overlapping on top of her. So let's see if we can give a bit of weight, especially around the cleavage part. Let's go ahead, erase. And next the shoulder. And then the her hand. Flip over again. Let's have a look. See what's going on here. So far it's not too bad. Let's keep going. I guess I will emphasize the sash part a bit. So I'll put more pressure on the outer lines of the sash to emphasize on the weight. Let's go ahead and do the little tie. See how my hand is a little wobbly here. My hand's always been somewhat wobbly, even when I first started. Uh, and I can, get away with it with when it comes to just straight up painting, but you can't really escape it when you're doing liner like this. So yeah, another reason why I didn't really like doing a line art, but now, gotta switch it up. So there's always the chance I might get better if I just keep doing it for a while. I think I will be able to get better if I just keep doing it. So I've been keeping at it. And also, line art, you can't really hide too much. Like you can with painting, like you can hide, um, a lot of stuff like anatomy and stuff. But with line art, you just have to be good with it. And so I am going back to my anatomy books. I haven't brushed up on my anatomy for a while. Like, it's been years. It's been, I guess you could say since college days when I was really, really getting into anatomy books. I was, you know, it was kind of new for me and I was really, really obsessed with it. I wanted to improve so badly. So, I got myself an anatomy book and I would practice, like try to study, try to get better at it. Just basically doing sketches while I'm on the transit, stuff like that. And I think it's time to go back to that. I can hide a lot of my laziness. I should be studying anatomy a lot more, but I haven't been, so now it's the opportunity for me to do so because I have to in order to improve on the lines. And if I want to do a better job, you know, do a better job at doing comics, I need more knowledge. So yeah, let's do this shoulder. So this is the lines for now. I see that I should probably have a bit more weight on the outer edge of the character. This is something I normally see in a lot of like really good artists that does very nice line art. So I try to, get a feel of it by seeing what they do and try to pick up on that. But obviously there's a trick to their madness, which which eventually I'll figure it out, hopefully. But in general, I would like to just add a bit more weight to the silhouette of the character. Let's create a new save, new layer, and save. And this new layer, I will work on the hand. But in general, line art with this program goes fairly fast in certain parts of the character. Hand usually isn't too bad for me to line. And sometimes it could be pretty fun. 2, 3. Let's get the knuckle in. Let's rotate and see how that looks. Hand, I would like to make her hand a bit more delicate. So the limited function of the just transformation is free transformation, which is this, resizing, and deformation, which is really not a lot of functions compared to Photoshop. So all the editing should be done as much as possible through Photoshop before brought into Paint Tool side for inking / line art. Bring up her hand, and I will also bring down her hand. Another thing with not Open Canvas, Paint Tool side is that the lasso tool, you cannot add to it, or at least I haven't figured out how to do it yet. So you can see that every time I make a different selection, it's going to cancel the previous one. And if I basically click within the current selection, it just moves it. Unlike Photoshop, there's multiple ways to use the lasso tool that you can add on to a selection, or minus. There is only minus function for Paint Tool side. Another limitation I discovered. So I tried to basically, take advantage of both programs' strength. I might need to make her head a little bigger later on. But good thing I have it on a separate layer, so I can do that no problem. Let's go ahead and put the thumb in. This is gonna be my hairlines. Oh wait, hold on. I have to finish up this. And another hair strand, stylized hair strand. So it's a little messy, but I think I can get away with it. Because it's going to hopefully just look like part of the hair texture. Let me just try to get try to get some of that shape that I see as much as possible. I think this should do it. Let's rotate it, preview rotate, and deform transformation a bit. Alright, let's roll with this. I definitely not doing a very good job with the ponytail portion of this line art face. I suppose this will have to do. We can just try to make it as clean as possible before the next step. There we go. Okay. Hair, head, body, and hand. Safe. And then let's go ahead and line the eyes, the face. Gonna zoom in here. So I'm gonna once again try to stick as close as I can to the style. Maybe add a little bit, some exaggeration in the eye shape. Not sure. Maybe it's too much. We can bring it in a bit. Copy, paste. Rotate onto the other side. Merge down. Let's do the anime nose blocking. Maybe this one needs to be angled. Angled more upwards. Okay. This eyebrow could be a little longer. Mm, let's test it out with this. Look just a bit cross-eyed, but that can be fixed by just moving the dots. I can even slightly blur the lines. I think I used to do this when I first started out. I would blur the lines, especially for the eyes, because it always gave like a really soft feeling. Sure does. Now that that's done, before I want to just clean up her hip, looking a little bit weird to me. Maybe the thumb could be a bit higher too. I'm just being picky. Yeah, I think we can roll with this. So now that lining is kind of fairly complete, let's move on to the next phase. Let's remove this sketch. Okay. So before anything, I guess I wanna make the lines on the other side of her clothes a bit thicker. I'm also lining certain parts of her, especially the outer silhouette that contours her figure, and also on stuff that's somewhat overlapping. I remember being told this when I was still in school, like, they were saying how a good way to emphasize overlap is just by, you know, adding thicker lines to the outer edge of that part. I think I learned this in a figure drawing class. Or actually it was a traditional art class. We were doing observation drawing, stuff like that. Yes, that's where I learned it. And maybe line the neck a bit thicker. Where is the head? Okay, there's the head, and then maybe line the outer edge of the jawline, the ear, as well as especially the side bangs, as well as this side of the hair, and also the hair um, separation between the hair and the face. Yeah. In general, if I make it a little darker, emphasize the weight difference between the thin lines and the heavier lines, which hopefully is gonna help improve the look of my line art. It definitely looks a little better just by making some lines thicker and some lines thinner for the finer details. I just hope I can grow to love this process, because for me it is still a little tedious, and I think in order for me to improve this, I need to be finding something I enjoy about it. Which sometimes happen, like, you'll work on something and you don't quite like it just yet, but then you keep working on it a bit longer, and then you'll grow to kind of, oh, this is kind of fun, I like where this is going, then you start getting more hyped about it. At that point, that's a pretty good way to get motivated slash improve. But I think I'm not there yet. It's just the feeling you get. I think some of you will be able to relate. Yeah, definitely not there yet, but I'm trying. I think I will some more thickness to the outer edge. I think I can do that later. Alright, let's skip to the next step. Save. Let's go ahead and bring it back into Photoshop. So this was before update. So this is the updated line art. Let's go ahead, record this as a step. So now I'm going to duplicate, group, merge down into one single line art layer. And then I'm going to start adding colors. So this phase is going to be done through Photoshop because I'm more used to picking color through Photoshop. So I will continue to do that. I just have to make sure there is no opening in the lines anywhere so that I can do a fast color fill. In order to do that, I must ensure all the line art is all closed up. There's no, open spaces like that or like this. Just fill those areas. And just going around the lines, inspecting it. This was something I also did quite a bit when I first started out Patreon, actually. I think if you guys were with me since the beginning, you'll probably recognize this step. So making sure everything's filled, no open spaces. This was a trick I learned from an artist I worked with. Oh, see? If there's an open space, this is what happens. It won't select the outer edge cleanly. It's gonna select inside the line, so. And I found the opening. It's right here. Let's fix that and try again. So now it should only select the outer edge, like this. So what she taught me was, it's pretty quick. Just make sure all your lines are closed. Select the outer edge. Might have to do a bit of extra work manually, but definitely a lot faster than doing it the way where, you color it and then erase around the silhouette. So I'll just go around to have a look and clean up any, like this little thing here, any messy areas, you could say. Okay, now that that's done, then we go to inverse selection, fill it up with a filler color. Usually it's going to be gray. I'm going to come this group color, create a new layer. Boop. There we go. So now my color base is set. I'm going to remove this now. I'm going to pop back on the original where all the lines are separate from each other, because I have a feeling I will be moving them around anyways. Steps, put them there. Okay, now what I'll do is, I kind of want to see if I can replicate the look in the manga. So first, in Photoshop, I will add the background, which most likely will just be a screenshot of the anime, and I will probably blur it. And Photoshop is very good for that. I wouldn't want to do this manually in Open Canvas. I mean, not Open Canvas, Paint Tool side. Sorry, I keep getting the two names mixed up because I used both in the past. Background Hell's Paradise Forest. I am gonna try to find like just the image of that forest from the show. And if you haven't watched it yet, if you're into, Ninja Scroll slash Demon Slayer combined, you might like it. It's very interesting. I like the premise. So let's grab an insert from the anime, plop it there, and then we're gonna do blur, iris blur right here, which allows you more control with the blur itself. And also you can edit it to have some sort of light effects. Let's say okay. I usually tend to blur stuff like this because I don't want to be using fully, something from the anime or an actual photograph. If I don't have the rights to it, you have to, make sure it's changed up enough. Or maybe I'll move it around. But I like it here because I have the framing device, which is the bright color in the back. Now that that's done, let's go ahead and find like a color scheme for her from the show, so we can get like a pretty accurate color for her. And this way I can be accurate with the colors, and also it'll be easier because I already have a guide for the color. So I'll just grab a couple that kind of look helpful. Oh, actually, maybe I'll just use this one. But these ones, this one in particular, is a bit more flat, so there isn't much to pick from, I would say. But this one has yes, this part from the anime. I actually like the main character quite a bit. He's an interesting character. This is the main character. So this reference, as you can see, has a multitude of color. We have highlight, shadow, and then inside the shadow. So this might be a good guide to color. And that should do it. So now that we're ready, I'm gonna go ahead and block in the skin color. Time to block in the skin. Let's start off with a dark color, like this one. And I basically just eyedrop tool picked this from the reference. And let's go ahead and pick the shadows. So next I have to think of what kind of lighting will I have for her? How will where's the lighting coming from? Let me turn this off first. In Photoshop, I'm gonna quickly kind of do a rough base of where I want the color to be. Definitely gonna have some drop down shadow from the neck and whatnot. Let's go ahead, grab the highlight, and I'm just gonna place this in the area where I think that the light will be hitting her the most. On the hand as well. and on the hip area. Alright, base for the skin is complete. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the blocking for her outfit. We'll just use the lasso tool, and I'm gonna select the part of her clothing where I plan to block in next. So we'll just do this with a minimum accuracy. So it's gonna look a little messy in some parts, like some parts gonna be missing or too much. I will fix that later. So for now, blocking all the that part of her pantsuit. Let's go ahead, copy, Control Shift V to paste, close it, pantsuit. Fill that in, and once I fill it in, it'll be easier to tell what's missing and what needs to be filled in a bit more. Block it. Let's go ahead and grab the shade, the shadow shade. I could probably fit the armband in as well, but when I used to do line art, I prefer to have all the stuff separate from each other. So let's go ahead, create a new layer, and we're going to say this is the sash. Let me remove that so I can see the lines better. And once again, using the lasso tool, grab the outer line of the sash and fill it in. It's not super clean. And then I'm going to also select this armband here. Since these two elements are separate from each other, I'm going to be blocking them in one single layer. Copy, Shift, block it in, fill it in with the color from the reference. And of course, we must clean this up. Also, another thing I did not like about line art is there's always, some messy part in the lines that I can't fix. So why not just do the full-on painting instead so you don't have to deal with it? That was my thought process for this. But now I think it's just need to get over it. I just need to get better at it. If I do this, for a bit, I think I'll be okay with it. It won't be as bad. Lock it. Let's grab the shadow. And we just put those down. In a way, it does definitely make the process a lot easier, and this is perfect for comics if I want to do multiple panels. This method in the end will be a lot faster. accessory, bamboo. Alright, next I will select the bamboo parts. Control C to copy, Control Shift V to paste. Put this behind accessory, lock it, and use the color guide from the reference. Fill in the base color. Alright guys, so I went ahead and did the hair real quick and the eyes. So now that the base color's there, I also picked up one of the references. I think I could probably make the skin a bit more colorful, a bit brighter. Going towards more of a yellowish tone. Save. We're going back to paint tool side. Open. So now that we have that done, I'm gonna go ahead and lock. This is the same function as locking. So now I'm gonna start by just blending some in. So my preferred brushes so far, I haven't tested out the other ones, but I've been using these ones right here. Airbrush is similar to Airbrush. Photoshop pencil is similar to the solid round brush in Photoshop. But of course the way they blend is slightly different. And brushes good for blending, although it's a little tricky to get used to at first. Let's grab some of the colors from here. As you can see, this is the way it blends. Let's add some warm tone in here. So when I said that Photoshop has more of a solid painting style, in Paint Tool side compared to Photoshop has a very blendy painting style. As you can see, it has very good blending. Now whether or not, it's a good thing or bad thing depends on what you want to do. Sometimes I want to do more of a solid blending or solid painting. Sometimes I like it to be blended a bit more like this. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I used this, so I am still trying to get used to it. But at the end of the day, I believe that this program is going to be really good for me as an artist, so I'm going to keep working at it. Usually it takes a while to get used to the program anyway, so I am not in a hurry to master it. I know that it's going to take some time, but I see a lot of potential with it, and I think it's pretty similar to Clip Art Studio. So yeah, still testing it out. It's a little messy at first, but I really think this is gonna be pretty good in the long run. So now I'm gonna go using the pencil tool, which is the closest to the solid round brush. As you can see, a little less blendy, a bit more solid. Still not as much as Photoshop, but it does the trick. If you're looking for a program that's a little easier to blend, it's just you have less control, this is the program for you. Oh, actually, I guess you should also give Clip Art Studio a try and see which one you like better. This one I would say has less functions, so maybe it's a little bit easier to get started. So I can just kind of establish a real quick rough highlight and everything with this brush, and then I go into watercolor even. This one also has pretty good blendability. There's a lot of settings for you to play around with. But in general, these brushes are very, very blendy. So there is a bit of learning curve with these. Need a bit of this, add some some warm tone there. And also I must switch between brush sizes while I'm at it. I'm going to go over here, but I can also blur this area, or you can just use blur to blend some of these together. Although, you know, there is I think that if you use blur too much, it does kind of dull out some of the colors. So I typically don't prefer to use blur when I blend. I like to use the classic colors, maybe switch up to a bright color. As you can see, this color barely show up. It shows up a little bit, but not too much. It just blends and blends. Let's go grab a brighter color. And you really need to press your pen to get that color out. And I believe it gets easier if you play around with the settings. But yeah, in general, it's just more for blending than for applying colors sometimes. Feels like that way anyways. Maybe I haven't mastered it fully. That's why I'm just kind of sharing what I've been working on with this program so far. Also, I can use the airbrush to quickly apply some colors. Because airbrush from this program is pretty similar to Photoshop, so it does have a fairly decent amount of color. The color is going to come through. It's not going to blend as much. So you can use a combination of a lot of these brushes. So yeah. Definitely this program is good for more of a, I, I think like more simple contrast. It's a little harder to do high contrast pieces with this. That's why I also use Photoshop to create those high contrast pieces. But all in all, it's still a pretty good program. It's fun to play with and stuff. It gives me it's it's more fun, I think, because I've been using Photoshop for so long, so this program is like a bit of a change, and I'm having fun with it. I'm just excited to see what I can do with it in the future. I'm gonna switch to pencil and see what I can do with the mouth. Maybe we can have a bit of tongue. Let's give a tiny bit of lip tone. And then Okay, let me just remember how to shade a more of an anime style face. So maybe something like this. And I'm not sure if I can keep it simple or not. As in keep the shading simple. You know, I tend to render towards more of a semi-realism, so I wonder if I can just keep it like more of a semi-realistic face this time. Let's use the airbrush, add some blush. Wow, this is so not my style at all. I've been trying pretty hard to break away from what I usually do, but still do something that I'm happy with. So it's been interesting trying to do that. Let's go ahead and add a slight bit of shading inside the eyes. Add some shadow around the eye, the eyeliner. Okay, next up, actually before that, use the brush tool to blend out. Grab highlight color, apply it. Actually, this program also reminds me of this other program I experimented with when I first started out digital drawing. It's called Painter. Yes, the Painter series program, and it is created by Corel, so it's called Corel Paint. I'm not sure where it's at these days, but it's not a very common art program these days. Although that program has pretty similar vibes, like it's very painterly. It's got more textures. It just has, actually, you know what? It feels like Procreate. Yeah, that program feels like Procreate, but more complex because it has more functions. Alright, so our skin is kind of doable. It's not super blended, but it is somewhat worked on. Let's move on to the hair section. So for the hair, I'm going to switch back to my pencil brush, and then I'm going to be taking the colors from the references and using it. I'm also going to keep in mind where the light source is coming from, and basically trying to shade based on that light source, which is coming from the top. First pass. It's not too bad. Let's flip. Her hair doesn't really have that much shine to it. I can leave it rough like that for now. Go back to the skin tone. I'm going to paint on some shadow, cast it from her hair onto her face. Let's go ahead and use some muted tones here. I'm gonna select a very bright color and then put it near the area where there's like blush, like her ears and stuff. Blend in some of the face shadow. Grab this. Let's go ahead and use the airbrush. Brush on slight bit of highlight. Make the brush a little smaller so I can have a bit more control with this area. Grab the pencil. Add a bit of shadow in that area. Let's add some shadow near the crevice of the collarbone. Use the airbrush. Let's airbrush some details on the chest part. Let's use this color. I'm going to really highlight the center of her chest. Just gonna reduce the look of her cleavage. Normally I would emphasize them, but because I don't want to be penalized online, I'll just make it a bit more subtle, I guess. I'll try my best. Let's add some shadow from her clothing onto her chest. Same with this side. This certainly is interesting. It's getting there. Let's move on to the pantsuit now. Lock it by hitting the lock key. I'm gonna go back to my brush, the brush, and then so there's these different options. This just influences the shape of the brush itself. I'm gonna switch to bristle, which gives this type of interesting look, and there's many options for you to play around with. For now, I'm just gonna stick to this setting, and it gives this type of result, which I probably should use for the hair. But for now, I want to use it on her clothing. I've been kind of having fun with using this on clothing areas for the character. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with this. And it gives a very painterly look. Let's give a bit of highlight. But I guess it's not super visible. Let's see if I can create a more interesting fold texture using this brush. Let's use a darker color. It's kind of hard to It's kind of hard to show that blending and that texture with the fabric being so dark. But let's see if we can make it more noticeable by just copy those two areas. The areas where I think the light's gonna hit the most. Oh, so basically I selected the top part. I'm going to use like one of the two filters in this program, which is brightness contrast. It's very limited with what it has. So I hit that. And I'm going to just remove it. Well, the erase tool is also not actually. Let me see if I can use that. Oh, okay. I guess we can. It does have a pen pressure, so something like that. And switch back to pencil. Actually, not pencil, brush. Let's go ahead and constrain. So clipping group is the same as constraint from Photoshop, so it just allows me to basically lock this layer onto the pixels of this layer so that when I paint it won't go outside of that. And when you unlike Photoshop, when you create separate layers and when you try to blend them, it won't blend as well as if it's on one single layer. So this is the result of that. It's not as it's not blending as well. So just another thing that to get used to basically. And basically the more you do it, then maybe you find ways around it. Let's go ahead and flip. This program is really good with blending. So it does blend a lot faster than Photoshop, and it does have certain brushes that gives really cool textures when you do blend. The downside to it is that you can't edit as much. You can't, you know, change colors as easily, stuff like that. So when it comes to that, I'll probably switch back to Photoshop once I um, get a good part of this blended and all that. I switch back to Photoshop and do like the editing phase with it. And then switch back if I want to blend some more. And this program is also very good with fine details, or painting fine details. So you switch back here to add the smaller details if you want to. So yeah, just doing that right now. So far I'm happy with it. Let's go brightness contrast and see what we can do here. Let's play around with it. Merge down. Let's go to the accessories. I'll just shade it slightly. This is not super detailed, or I don't think I can get it to be that detailed. I will just do my best to add the highlight and shadow in a basic way to show where the light source is coming from the top. And using this brush helps give additional texture, I find. Let's add some yellow. Yellow towards the top portion of the tie. Okay, let's go to bamboo. Lock it. Picking a similar shadow color. I think it could be a bit brighter on this side. Just try our best to blend these. Let's grab the white part because I know this part is like the strings and it's white. So we'll just put that there. Grab a bit of the highlight. I'm gonna switch back to pencil tool. Make the size really small and add tiny bits of texture to it. Add a bit of shadow underneath. This is kind of back to basics, or back to the old style of painting for me. There we go. Flip over. Alright, I think the first layer of shading is done, more or less. Oh, whoops. Let's lock it down. I need to add a bit of shading to that. There we go. Save. Alright, so this is what we have so far. Basic color is done. Basic shading is there. Now I guess I have to focus a little bit on the face. Sometimes what I prefer to do is I'll grab this, which is the face line art. I'll go ahead and name it face lines. Have a layer over top of it. Let's do clip group, which is the same as constraint below. We'll zoom in, lower the, actually instead of lowering opacity, I can change the colors of the lines to make the lines not as obvious. Lower the opacity slightly. Oh, whoops. I'm going to move the reference down. Really want to get a look at the face. Then I will paint on the face. So I'm going to kind of feel it out somewhat using the airbrush tool for this because since I'm painting on a separate layer, not on top of the same layer as the skin, it's going to not be able to blend as well. So if I end up using watercolor, you can see that it's not blending that well. Maybe I can use this. Yeah, it's not blending as well, which is not a bad thing actually, now that I think about it. I guess this is one of the ways where you can have us place color down without blending it all the time. I'm gonna grab a slightly darker tone. grab a pinkier tone. Rotate the canvas every now and then. Let's blur her lips. And then let's test out what I can do with the eyes. Let's see if I can achieve something a little bit more interesting. Oh yeah, there's this. There's a chance that it might, since the way it blends, it might like pick up some random color that you not picked. To minimize that effect, you have to paint and slash blend everything on one single layer. If not, there's a chance it might do stuff like this where it's like super red here, but yet the color I pick is quite dark. I guess I have to experiment a little bit with the eyes since there isn't too much detail in the original. But I can try to see if I can add a little bit of some eye texture, highlight texture. Also adding in some shadow. If I do like this, it makes the eye look a bit more 3D or a bit more rendered out and not as flat. Not sure if this will be a good fit for this more anime style, but I'll give it a try. I should also probably go easy on the lower lid or not put as much detail on the lower lid. Rotate back. I can do a little bit of a before and after to see what the changes have done. Let's add a bit of highlight. I might also need to re-render out the lips. Or even remove the shadow underneath. Just trying to flatten the face. Mm. Mm. Let me create a new layer. Let's do multiply. Grab a light blue gray. I'm going to start adding some shadow. Constrain it. Let's grab a pinky color, light pinky color. Let's add it. Add it to the shadow. Grab a bit of this. Add some shadow under the eyes. Gonna erase the shadow for the face to take away that bit of that shadow. Create a new layer. Constraint. Rotate back. Let's grab this. Gonna see what I can do with the nose. I shall see if I can paint a bit of nose. I'm going to emphasize the highlight of the eyes on the side. Zoom out a bit. Guess we could try to add some more lashes maybe? I think this program is very good at adding lashes since it does have a very good pen pressure. Let's see what I can do with it. Add some more lashes underneath. Grab some of this color. Increase the brush size. Readjusting the shadow a bit. It's starting to look more semi-realistic now. I guess I can't help but go back to this sometimes. If it just doesn't feel right, I tend to make it, try to render it more. Let's see what, let's see the change here. Not sure about the nose. Let me try to render it out in a different way. Let's make it a little bit warmer and blend this part out, and then we'll do 2 nostrils. I used to paint nose like this, and I put like a little highlight up here. Oh, I don't think that style works very well though. It doesn't fit her face that well. But I had to try it. Maybe if it was bigger. So when it comes to faces, I tend to switch back to Photoshop to work on. Even though this program is pretty good with blending, it's not good with just in general moving parts around. So I think I will do that on Photoshop. Let me remove that from the constraint, move the constraint back. Let's create a new layer, and I'm going to apply shadow. So I created a new layer. I'm going to select like a gray, pinky gray, light gray. I'm gonna put this on multiply. Go into brushes, and this helps me with coming up with maybe a new lighting. Maybe I can make it more interesting, you know, that type of stuff. I might put this on top of everything. Let's go with pencil actually. I don't want that bristle texture to come out. So what I'll do actually before that, what I'm going to do is let's brighten the skin like a lot. The reason why I do this is I'm going to add a shadow layer just to test out new shadow ideas. Yeah, new multiply layer. Yes, new multiply layer mode. So I need the overall skin tone to be much lighter so that I can bring in more contrast in forms of shadow without worrying about making the skin too dark because of it. Let's say all of that is in shadow. Maybe I will probably have also shadow coming from the arm. Something like that. Add some shadow underneath here. Add some shadow. So now that that's done, I can play around with how dark the shadow I want by just playing around with the brightness contrast. In addition to that, I can also lock it in and just experiment with the color of the shadow. Maybe add more pink near the edge and whatnot. Or I could use more of a blue hue near the other side maybe. This type of color tone I see quite a bit, so I try to experiment on my own, see how that looks. And maybe in certain parts I could make the shadow a lot darker. Maybe we can have a highlight there. Just purely by having this, it helps with making the piece more interesting. We can create another layer for the opposite, which is highlight. So for highlight, obviously we want to go with a very dark color and go with screen. We don't want too bright because otherwise it'll be too light for this face. So let's say, oh, I can probably use it to give the hair some nice soft highlight doing this. I can add a bit of shine, just a bit, using a smaller brush maybe even. The style is a little different, but the way I add shadow and highlight is somewhat similar. It's just a different program. It makes it look a little bit different. But I kind of like this rougher look. I'm all about the more traditional look these days. Get a bit of highlight there. We can emphasize some of the clothing area, especially this part where I have to make sure the shadow stands out a lot. I can squeeze that shadow between two very bright highlight. Make the bow a bit brighter as well. That should do it. So right now it's looking a little rough. The goal is purely just to play around with the shadow slash highlight to see if we can make the piece more interesting. Go back to shadow, go back to a bluish color, and I'm gonna remove the lock on the layer so that I may add some shadow to the finger. Change up the color for the shadow a bit. Since it's the hand, I want to give it more of a blush tone. Blur it slightly, although oftentimes it's not necessary, and honestly I prefer it a bit sharper. Let's create a new layer. So all of these layers I'm going to merge down on Photoshop. Add a bit of blush, add some to the cheeks in general. Might be a bit much. I'm going to density reduce, erase it. Trying my best to render out the nose somewhat. add some highlight there and render out the eyes. Gonna render it out with a bit of semi-realistic style. Hopefully it won't look too bad, but we can just give it a try. Rotate back. Let's add some of this color over on this side of the cheek. Could probably work on her expression a little better on a separate layer too. After I apply all these effects. Oh, is that a beauty mark or is that her lashes? Yes, her lashes probably. Safe. Alright, so this was before kind of. Let's go ahead and check out what we have. So because of these edits, this is what we have now. It's a little bit better. I mean, in terms of contrast and interesting. I forgot to do steps. I was hoping I could have a step-by-step style, but actually, hold on. I could probably do it. Just remove this. Copy, paste one time. Although I plan to work on this part a bit. This is good. This part needs work. As for the lines, I could just lower it slightly. Lower slightly, as well as changing the colors of the actual lines to not have it completely black, maybe like a brown or something. Body. And as for the head, we'll go with a dark red. The lines won't be as visible if I do this. I could also probably add in a few more edits from Photoshop. So let's say, oh, hold on, just these areas. Let's do high contrast. Okay, so now that I have all the edits, I might not apply all of it to everything, but let's go ahead and start adding them to each of the layers. And I do this in Photoshop because it's way easier in Photoshop. And because there is a lot of one thing that's not available on Paint Tool site is this right here, this edit effect that you can apply to all the layers. The only way to do so in Paint Tool site is to go into individual layers and do it separately. So because of that, I must come back to Photoshop to work on this part now. And not sure, maybe in the future I'll figure something out, but for now I am still playing around with it. What's the optimal way of using these two programs together to make something interesting, you know? Maybe I'll remove some of that. Alright, so merge everything. Oh, hold on, I don't want to merge down the lines, but merge everything else down. So that is what we have. Now that I have done that, I'm going to next. Basically, I'm going to remove the head. Oh, wait. The face. Cut, remove. So that I can now move the head on its own. Yeah, I think it looks better with the head lower. And I'm going to create a mask for this and remove the necklines. I think it does look better now. And then what I'll do is, let's cut this. Then I'm going to move the ponytail, cut the ponytail into a separate layer and move it down. So now I am trying to edit this part. This is like one of the more annoying parts of using line art is if I want to change something, which I do like to change quite a bit because my initial idea is usually not something I'm happy with, so I end up changing. I want this part to be maybe a little bit lower. Okay, maybe not. Let's go back to the face. I'm going to copy this whole thing. Probably need to, oh, hold on. Might want to change that expression a little bit later. I'm gonna merge everything down now. Oh, whoops. This way I can use the warp tool on all her face. Zoom in a bit. Let's have her tongue go up a bit. Let's use this color for under her eyes a bit of shadow underneath there. And then we'll copy the lower lid, bring it up a bit. I just want to see if I can create a better expression this way. Before, after. Going back to her eyes. I might want to also emphasize the contouring of her eyes as well. She does have pretty heavy contour around her eyes, and maybe accentuating that by making her eyes a bit brighter, but also having darker contours. And just in general, seeing if I can incorporate any like style that I can observe from the anime. Just having a bit of that will help, even though the after result is rendered out a bit differently. I'm just observing from what the anime looks like and adding it in. Yeah, this looks a bit more like the anime eye shape. Yeah, this one right here looks a little bit similar. I mean, I'm using this as an example of her eye shape, or at least somewhat like that. Bam. I'm gonna start doing a bit of editing. I'm testing out how it would look if I made her clothes a little bit darker. And also, how would it look if I made her neck a little thicker maybe? And if I like it, I will change the line art. So I'll just move the line art. Oh wait, why is it selecting all that? Oh, okay. This thing right here, this lock. Oh, here it is. I'll just remove it. Hmm, what would, what if I thin out the neck on this side? It's not as visible. Let's move the lines over. And perhaps I might thin out the face. So by thinning out the face, so let's do it through the lines first. Mm, bring the lines in a bit. The reason why I wanna try to thin out the face is so it matches her reference, and also to see if I can thin out the neck a bit. I want her to look more slim around the face. I think that looks better. The hair looks a little crazy though, but I think I will leave it. Going to that, fill back in some of that lost pixels. I'm gonna go ahead and do a bit of rendering in Photoshop. Just the type of stuff that I usually do. Of course, the rendering, you know, is more of a different process with Photoshop than Open Canvas, and you guys will, if you never used it, you'll understand what I mean. This Photoshop involves more of a color picker, color pick, blend, color pick, blend. In Paint Tool side, it's a little different. Not as much color picker tool involved. I will just try my best to blend all of this. Taking into account the lines while I do this. Mm, let's create a new layer and constrain it down. Let's do multiply. Let's use a slight gray color. Mm, I'm thinking, what can I do to make the lighting a bit more interesting? Hmm. I can make it quite dark towards the bottom. Still having a bit of highlight towards the top. Let's go ahead, grab some highlight. Toggle on and off just to get an idea of what, if it's going the right direction or not. Would it help if I made that part darker? Yeah, not really. I do like the contrast. The hair should definitely be redone somehow, but I like the contrast for her so far. Put this on normal. I can see a few ways I can refine this further. Let's go ahead, do a little step, save. This and that. Okay, I have the urge to merge everything together so I can start painting over. But that would defeat the point of using line art, or at least I want to try to depend on the line art a bit more. What if I just bring this down a bit more? Copy, paste. Bring it down a bit more too. And I'll just bring this line downward a bit more. Same with this line and this line. Face, hair, face. Let's see how it would look if I brought in her shoulders a bit. Actually, it might look better if I brought it in a bit. Go to line art, bring the line art in. And let me see about cinching her waist more. Cinch it in more, maybe? Moving the lighting around a bit. Or maybe I don't need to. If I made it dark like that and then just have, let's say, like a rim light on the other side. And after I do this, I go back into Paint Tool site and re-blend it. Just add a bit more of a highlight. Add some real light towards the bottom of the suit, or actually pantsuit. And then rework the lines. Bring in the lines. Still want to use it slightly, so I'll just bring it in, although, you know, it's starting to look a little messy now. I guess once I get used to using line art, I might be able to have a better feel of how to approach the lines when I first start, but yeah. Going from painting to line art is a little bit of a hurdle to overcome. Although I have done line art previously, it's always been something I wasn't very good at, so, or not super used to. Grab a bit of that, or go to that layer. And then I want to move the head around again. Definitely think she could use a little choker here. Her neck might be a bit too thick. Even though I did thicken it up in the beginning, but I mean, I tend to change it up every now and then. Bring this in a bit. And I also want to work on the hair. I have to remove all the face lines first. Face lines. And this is the hair. I guess it's time to merge at least this together. I have to kind of erase this part though. Let's see what I can do with the hair. Let's see. Cut that part. I'll just move it around. Move it around a bit. It's gonna be messy for some time. Play around with the face, warp it. Go back to the hair. That looks more feminine. Flip her. Could use maybe another hair strand on this side. Like that. Just following along what I see in the reference. Could probably use like 2 more of this on that side, but shorter. Maybe something like that. Could use a smaller ear. Smaller ear. Add a bit more shadow. This eye, I'll make it smaller. I'll cover this up. It's a little weird having a pale patch there. Copy, make it a little darker. Yeah, I guess I don't need to do that. I'll look back and forth a few times. I'm gonna grab that part of the hair and bring it up. And I'm gonna bring this arm, whoops, copy and overlay on top of the hair. That way it's on top of her head. I'm gonna call this group head. This is hair. Hair is a lot of hair layers. Could clean up this area additionally. Alright, let's do some extra editing. Oh, I can play around with the extreme contrasts that I have going on. Whoa, that's pretty crazy that I can go that dark. Create a new layer. Let's use a peachy color. Multiply. I'm going to just add some color variant, mostly just a slightly warmer tone on parts of her. Could use a bit more pink in her eyes maybe. That might be a bit too saturated. Let's tone it down. Lower the opacity, increase the saturation. Enough so that it shows up in the small preview, more or less. Alright, I think it's getting there. Oh. What? There we go. There. Safe. And I'll probably add a little dialogue to her just to keep up with the theme of that selling that comic style. And also I find it a good way to occupy certain empty area of the canvas. So let's go ahead and give her a little dialogue. So something she would say would be, come on, let's team up. Promise I'll make it worth your, or actually your wild. Is that how you say the saying? I might have to Google that. And then I'll do the speech bubble manga style, so something like that. And this will look a lot better if I can just fix some of these areas. But let's check the steps real quick. That sure changed. Just thinking what I can do. to make it better. Uh, hmm. Oops. I wanna test something out real quick. Wait. This, and this. I wanna elongate her body. Oh wait. I have to do that first. Elongate first. Make it a bit wider. Bring back the face. I'll go back to the hair. And let's see. Let me warp it around. Bring this up a bit. Um, Also gonna test out how it will look with different eyebrow angles. Hmm. Let's flip. Safe. Alright, I think I'm going to apply this round of edits, and then we'll put it back into Paint Tool SI. Okay. This part needs to be fixed up. Welcome back, guys. Alright, so I ended up... I'm not sure if I did anything off camera. Oh, actually, now I remember. I added these two little extra dialogue because I guess I wanted to fill some of the empty space down here, so I just came up with some silly dialogue. Okay, let me remove those for now. So I brought this file back into Paint Tool Sci just to see if I can do some rendering with this program, especially the hair, since Paint Tool Sci does have a pretty good, hold on, there we go, the new layer clip group, which is same thing as constraint in Photoshop. So yes, this program does have pretty good pen pressure, so I wanted to see if I can enhance some of this hair texture with the help of this tool brush on the bristle setting, and then let's turn down the hair setting because it looks like it makes the texture more obvious that way. Create a new layer, constrain down or clip group. Alright, all is set, so time for me to test this out. Minimum size to 0%. Density up it. Upping the density will allow me to make the color come through a bit easier without pressing down too hard. Let's grab some of this highlight color. It is doing something. Hopefully in the long run it's gonna look a little better. Let's go ahead and flip, zoom out. It does give some interesting texture. Let's bring a little bit of the purple onto the other side. Back to this hair strand right here. Grab some of the darker shades. We'll just continue to blend. Okay, the other part of the hair, I did have it on a separate layer, so I have to switch to that layer later on. Let's add some shadow and then flip again, zoom out real quick, just kind of checking the how it looks. And also this tool does have one of those preview screens similar to the Photoshop Navigator tool. One thing, it doesn't have that function where you can pop a duplicate window of the piece you're working on. So I decided to basically just drag the Navigator tool for this program onto my second screen. And I'm just kind of looking at it every now and then. So this is how it looks, a little bit more rendered out, but still you can tell it's a more of a rough look. And then I can also try to see how it will look like with the in-between setting. And then I'll hit brightness contrast. I set it on the D keyboard so that I can just hit it and then it's gonna pop up the edit, and then I'll do this a little bit, play around with the dials, see if I can manage to get any interesting result, and then back to it. Let's merge down. So this is my second part of the hair. Create a new layer, clip group, so that I don't paint outside of it. And we are going to do the same thing for this side. Actually, yeah, it's a little confusing because I do have the hair on two separate layers, so sometimes I end up painting on the other layer and it's not showing up because I'm not on the right layer. So I suppose I'll just try to create some hair texture / rough painterly texture as well, and hopefully it's going to give an interesting look to her hair in the final finish. Flip, zoom out, just to see what's happening. Hair, let's turn it down more, up the size of the brush. Okay, this really, maybe not that thin, maybe I put like 10 or 13 in the hair setting. And we'll just keep, actually, let's pick this color, this bright color. I'll do a general sweep. Do a little before and after. I'm gonna check the small preview on my other screen. Tone it down. Let's create another layer. Clip, group it. Continue the refining down on the other hair layer. Zoom out, flip it again. Lower the opacity, merge down, and now I think it's time to just paint directly in the layer itself, since you know, adding any type of color on a separate layer is gonna have some difficulty blending. With Photoshop, you don't need to worry about that because Photoshop doesn't have any blending capacity. It's all about that eyedrop tool, but here there's a lot of blending capacity, so yeah, in order to blend properly, we have to blend it, or easily I would say. I have to basically blend slash paint on the same layer with the base color and everything. So now that I'm on the base layer, it is definitely a lot easier for me to add colors and whatnot. Let me zoom out here. Let's go test out smudge. The smudge tool is quite powerful. Oh. It smudges pretty good, although, you know, the results, not sure. It's debatable. Let's go back to this part. I'm going to add some additional highlight ever so slightly. Just accentuating the areas that's already got a bit of highlight. Just making them a bit more brighter. Let's add some shadow in certain parts. Okay, it's starting to look kinda nice. Alright, let's move on to the face. There's a few parts that I need to fix. Since I moved the face around quite a bit, there's a lot of areas I need to go over so it doesn't look like the hair is floating. I'm using the pencil brush with 33% density, which is same as opacity. So I'm trying to make the color application a bit more subtle so I can layer it. So the pencil tool I would say is not the best for blending, but it's the closest to how Photoshop is uh, is like, because it's all about stacking. I mean, it's all about layering, and also the eyedrop tool for blending. And I do know that this program, Paint Tools I, is, well, I would say pretty good at just refining certain areas, especially small detail area that requires a pen pressure. And I can zoom in here. Probably want to make the canvas a little bigger because typically I don't recommend zooming in, but hey, I can do it in this program. It actually doesn't look all too bad. It's less pixelated than when you do it in Photoshop. I just want to emphasize her eyes. And let's go ahead and up the density a bit. I can really go into the eyes and add those small, very small details. Which is nice. It also creates a somewhat of a brush stroke texture after I'm done, which adds a bit of flavor to the piece. So it's not gonna be super rendered looking, it's gonna look a little more rough, but I like the look of it. And plus, this is pretty good for painting eyebrow hair. Let's give her some highlight. Although I feel like maybe she doesn't need the the white in her eyes because she's, well, so far she is a little bit mischievous. For now, let's blend the eyes, blurred. Add some shadow. Add some highlight on that side. Might wanna edit the eyes up a bit later, but yeah, I kind of like how it's looking. Just need a bit of moving around, but I don't like doing that in this program. It's not the best for it. Gonna go back to Photoshop to tackle it. I'm going to blur her lips, giving her a more of a manga lip look. Add some highlight to her tongue and her lips. Cleaning up. Oh shoot. I forgot that the selection is a little different. Let's go to color. Is this where the lines are? find the face line, clean up the face line. In addition to that, I need to fix the hand later. Alright, let's go to the skin. I'll just fill in the missing part. Okay. Pantsuit. I'm going to add copy this side and this side. Oh, go here, merge down, lock. Just kind of adding some more fabric to her outfit. Clean it up. Let's go here, bring it down. Oh, hold on. Control C V, bring it down, merge down. This one here too, copy paste, merge down. I'm just fixing the empty space down below there. I'm gonna save and then open it back up. Where is it? Oh, I guess I have to go back. Where is it? Voiceover line art. Here we go. Alright, so I brought this back. Now is the part where I'm gonna basically, because I don't think I'll be able to edit this properly without merging the line art down to the rest of her. So what I'll do is apply. So I'll copy the lines for the body and basically I will apply it to each layer, each of her layers. And then we have the hand. Merge down, merge down. There. And then face line art is gonna go right here, merge down. So no more line art, everything is merged down. But I'm going to keep the style, just it will be a lot easier to cut and to kind of reposition some of her body parts. Like I want to be able to move her around a bit easier. So okay, I think what I'll do is this part for sure. Cut. The shoulder is definitely on a separate layer. And then this part bottom is on a separate layer. Whoops. I accidentally opened one of the references that I was using for Peach. Okay, let's go ahead and trying to think how I should merge everything. Accessory, let's go ahead, grab that. Put it on the shoulder part. I'm gonna merge it down after I do that. Accessory, bamboo, this will be together. And then I'll cut this pants. Call it pants. Top. So now I can move some of this area around. Oh, okay. Well, that might be an issue. I have to clean some of these areas up if I do decide to do that. But I can now switch up her posture a bit and accentuate certain areas, which is needed quite a bit. Let's move this a bit more. Make it a little bigger. Maybe move this up. Move that up. I will just extend the coverage. I'll just copy this part and drag it up to cover the other parts of her. And probably put this a bit lower or even behind. Well, actually, I put I guess I'll just move this down slightly and I'll think about it a little later once everything's a bit more grounded. As for this part, let's lock it. I will just simply render it out more like this. Go back to the top. Delete that part. Delete that. Delete this part. Zoom out. Let's select these two. Select that one. Select. Okay, for now let's test this out. So I'm going to just make this part a little bit shorter. And I will also just move it around a bit. Move the shoulders. And the other shoulder. bring this down a bit. Bring that down. Okay, let's move the hand a bit. Maybe this position might help the flow of the image better. Go back to the head and basically move it around, see which position would be better. I mean, I think the initial position actually fits her, so I guess I'll just leave it at that. We'll go back to the accessory. Let's bring it down. Alright, now we're gonna flip her and see if the new changes improve the posture or not. And good thing we have several steps. So I'm just going to copy the whole thing, paste. Zoom out. Actually, it does. I think it does look better. It could be better though. Definitely could be better. I can bring this boob up to emphasize on her back arch, or at least that's what I'm looking to convey. Let's also bring the other chest up. I will need to also go here. Edit the clothing itself, since I've done that. Let's see if I can accentuate this side more. Basically, I am trying to see how far I can push things here before it starts looking weird. Just gonna quickly add paint over some of these areas, and then I will go back to them to fix. Also going through the arm part to remove certain bits. Alright, rotate her. I think this is gonna be safe for me to post without getting shadow banned, since she's not as busty, since, you know, busty female character gets you shadow banned a lot faster. I mean, she's mostly covered up, so it should be fine. Mostly. Bring it down a bit. Bring it down a bit, and then I will also go over this part. Let's see what the limit is here. Making it slightly bigger. Okay. Let's bring it in slightly, not as much. Okay. Could probably extend the highlight. Extend the highlight all the way until here. Just want to see how this looks. Mm, nah, what the heck, I guess this piece will be pretty messy. My goodness, look at all that mess. Wonder if I can push it more. I mean, push the curve, her posture a bit more. Hmm. Guess I could give it a try. I must extend this. Go back to the pants. Oh, that means I should probably do it like that. And then I'll grab these two and warp it straight down. gonna grab this, warp it this way. So this is really accentuating her curves. And I'll just make her body a little bit bigger in general. Flip. Move her a little bit in the center. And it would be funny to give her a sword in the back to go with that dialogue. Go to the background. I think the background could use some work. Maybe some exotic flowers? Exotic flower. I'm not sure. Just wanted to put something in the foreground, you know. Gotta find a way to remove the white. Let me save it real quick. Going to blending. I'm just going to do this. Kind of removes the white stuff. Merge down on a random layer. Let's duplicate this. Merge down. Darken. Gloss blur. Gloss blur, and then we'll kind of make this a little bit bright, so this could be kind of like the foreground. And then I'm gonna look for some other photos to incorporate. Okay, now that I have kind of did a lot of moving around, we'll just go back and refine certain parts. Okay, let's start off with this part actually. Grab some of that. Bring it over. I just want to clean up the cleavage a bit. Still want to make sure the cleavage isn't too pronounced, because, you know, if I do, it's gonna get flagged and stuff. I should make it a bit more subtle. Let's go with that. I will follow the style, just pretending I still have line art in some of these areas. And just gonna follow that style throughout for consistency. And I do find that lines does add uh, a bit more volume to your piece a lot quicker than if you don't have any liner to work with. You have to spend extra time to define that form and make it 3D through pure just painting. So having line contour is good. At least it does help. Mm, I'm going to fix the armpit part. Needs some work. I think the plan is just to paint over it. Not gonna worry about which layer is what for now. I need to correct the volume of her arm after. A bit later I can do that. Going to shoulder. I just want to remove this part that's sticking out. It's a lot smoother. So let me go ahead and actually before that I want to keep a bit of this. So I'll just copy that and then basically apply it on top like this. Rotate back so I can see what's happening. Merge down and then I will cut that part and then put it on the shoulder. Then I'm gonna even out this armband here. Bring this up. So that's evened out. Then I need to even out the shoulders. Even out the shoulder and even out the arm here. Want to see how much I can move over a bit. It doesn't actually look that great. I think the old version was better. What I can do is take all of this, bring it up, Just gonna warp it. Warp it and then reshape it. Merge down. Go back to the skin. Bring it down a bit. Alright, now that that's done, the choker is okay too. Let me go back to, actually let me remove the choker for a sec. The skin. Let's extend the tendon. Grab a bit of this highlight. I'm adding some definition to her neck. Merge down. Oh, whoops. Cut that tiny part. Bring up the choker. I guess I have to figure out a proper place to put this. Let's add a tiny bit of shine. And then we'll just go layer by layer and fix up stuff that needs fixing. Nope. Cut. Okay, let's go ahead and blend this in a bit more. Gonna try to leave the color tone as intact as possible. Grab. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, gonna grab the shadow, slightly darker shade, and contour around her fingers to make this a bit cleaner. And I'll just basically fix the shape a bit for this part as well. This part needs a bit of pinky tone. Let's grab this. I'll just use it very sparingly. Add a tiny bump here. That should do it. Leave a bit of that roughness behind. Go back to the shoulder. Grab this color. Extend it ever so slightly. Just wanted to increase the shoulder width a bit. Go back to the top. Now it's time to work on the top. Also, smooth out the outer edge of the top. Let me flip this back to how it was. And also I have to make sure that her the kimono layering is accurate, so people won't say it's for dead people. Let's see if I can add just a tiny bit more highlight towards the top portion. Add a bit of shadow. I mean, not shadow, but rim light on the bottom here. And I also want to paint this so it kind of contours her boob a bit more too. Add a tiny silhouette there. Okay, I think that should do it. Merge down. Testing out. What if that whole part is bright? Actually, maybe I'll just do that. Undo until, okay, hold on. Yes, undo until this part. Create a new layer, constraint. I'm gonna shade it like her boob underneath it. Oh, hold on. There we go. Let's test this style out. Actually, I think it's working out better than I thought. Just in case, I flipped her anyways, just to check to see if everything is still okay. Let's do the other side then. Yeah. Actually, nah. I'll just keep that style on this side. Or maybe... Or I might need to Let's just reduce. Reduce it by a little bit more. Not too much. Let's say this amount. Copy paste. Let's do it like this. Okay, now that that's done, let's go work on the pants. Roughly lining it, contouring it more like. Go back to the bottom. Go back to the bamboo part. I have to make sure that it is contouring her properly. And as for this, let's warp it slightly. Oh, I'm missing her sword. I'm gonna add it in a bit later. Oh, whoops. Bamboo. Let's move it here. Repaint back some of the areas. Let's warp it again. Stack it right on her hip. Clean up the silhouette. I'm going to make her sash a bit brighter. I have to find the source of this line and delete it. Alright, so most things are done. Let me just Let me just do a little quick sword for her back. So I'll start off with a straight rectangle, and then oh, hold on, I can do it this way. Let's do a little square like that. Not the perfect diamond, but it should do the trick. I can take a little bit off. Oh no, now it's crooked again. Maybe just a tiny bit. Nope. Still not good. Okay, let's just go with that. Let's do 6. Okay. And then do a rough like wrapping mock-up. After that's done, rotate it a little bit, and then I can curve it slightly after warping it, rotating it. Otherwise I won't be able to do it properly. Actually, if I just move it, rotate it this much, I can have a easier time to curve it. Alright, so this is a pretty quick base for the sword. Now I'm going to copy this and then move it down a little bit to create a slight bit of dimension for the sword. Copy that part, brighten it up. Probably want to darken this part a lot more. Go back to the side there. Let's intensify, or actually just add a tiny amount of shading to the rest of the sword, and then add back the lines. Copy the metallic part, make it a lot brighter, merge down. Call it sword. Alright, onto her face. There's something I want to add on her face, but first. Flip her back to the original direction. Hair. She has a hairpin. I want to get a closer look at what her hairpin looks like. Looks like this. I'll just add some basic shading. There's some little dots around her hairpin. Okay, so now that that's done, I'm gonna work on her face now. First thing that I'll do is I'm gonna try my best to match her eyes. So this eye is a little bigger, so I'm trying to make it smaller. Also, her eye doesn't feel balanced, so I was, one of the tricks just to literally grab the other pupil and use that. Okay, let's see. We can play around with her eyebrows. Give her a bit more emotion in them. Grab her mouth. Let's warp it. Let's give her a bit more blush. Yep, this expression feels more animated. Let's reduce the definition of these her eyelid. Let's make her eyelid a bit more subtle. Let's bring up this color. I might have gone a little overboard. I guess I could always hide a bit of her forehead with the hair. Hmm, maybe I need to bring this in. Bring this down a bit. Okay. Copy the face. Let's do another edit. Grab a bit of the face. Bring it down. Let's take the hair and bring it in. Let's extend this eye upward. Mm, move it around. Okay, I think maybe we'll roll with this. Yep. I might go back to how it was. Maybe a little bit of in between. So if I move this up. Maybe have her eyes be a bit darker too. Move this eye over slightly. Okay, let's roll with this. Let's pop back on the dialogue, see how that fits. I need to move her dialogue over. I'll redo the speech bubbles. And I'll just add a border to it. Let's do purple. Make it a little bit smaller. Let's move this one here and the other one over here. There we go. Alright, guess that's it, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. This might be fun to do again in the future. Just to kind of share what I've been up to with new programs and stuff. I might have to take a look at Clip Art Studio later. Yeah, looking forward to that. I'll see you guys in the next voiceover. Have a great day or night, guys. Bye-bye.